He's the same, he's the same. Oh, how I need you, how I need you. You freed the captives, you're freeing hearts right now. You are the same God, you are the same God. You touch the lepers, I feel your touch right now. You are the same God, you are the same God. Never changing, oh, forever. We feel you now. You're the same God. You're the same God, yeah. How we need you now, yeah. I'm calling on the Holy Spirit. Almighty river, come and fill me again. Let that be your prayer tonight. Come and fill me again. Come and fill me. Come and fill me
when there is no way, you're gonna make a way. We've seen you do it before, we know you're gonna do it again. Yeah. I know you'll come through. This mountain is moving. My eyes on you. If What the enemy meant for bad, you'll turn for good. And you'll just make another way.
Still making way.
What the enemy meant for evil, he'll turn it for good. And he'll just make another way.
Still making way.
This sickness is for his glory. That trial is for his glory. He's still making way.
Still making way.
It's not something we just read about, but he's
Still making way.
it's not just something we've heard about, but
Still making way.
it's not just something I heard preached about, but
Still making way.
we've seen it in our own lives. Still making. Come on, if you have a testimony, you should testify. He's
Still making way.
Come on, if you've seen him move mountains, you should testify.
Still making way.
If you've seen him open up doors, testify.
Still making way.
Oh, he's still making way.
Still making way.
We've seen him heal bodies here.
Still making way.
I've seen him open up doors here.
Still making way.
He's still making way.
Still making way.
So the next time you see a mountain, you should just see another way. The next time you see sickness or disease, I want you to see it's another way.
Another way.
And he will make a sing it from experience. He will make. You always make. You will make a way. Yeah. You've seen it over and over. You've seen it over and over. You will make a way. You always make a way.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. He's been my fourth man in the fire, time after time. Born of his spirit, washed in his blood. And what he did for me on Calvary is more than enough. Oh, I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. Perfect submission, sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. That's why I trust Him. That's why I trust Him. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. That's why I trust Him. That's my story. And He heard, and He answered. And He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. That's why I trust Him. That's why I trust Him. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard. Oh, this poor man cried, and He came to my rescue. Yes, that's why I trust Him. That's why I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. Oh, I trust in God, yes, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He delivered me from all my fears, from every fear. Oh, that's why I trust Him. That's why I trust Him. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. I sought the Lord, and He heard, and He answered. That's why I trust Him. That's why I trust in God. They that seek Him lack no good thing. Those that seek Jehovah lack nothing. Oh, He will never fail. He will never fail. I trust in God. I trust in God, my Savior. I will walk by faith. I don't walk by sight. I will walk by faith. I don't walk by sight. I trust in God. I trust in God. I will walk by faith. I don't walk by sight. I will walk by faith. I don't walk by sight. I trust in God. I trust in God. I will walk. I will walk. I won't walk by sight. I will walk by faith. I don't walk by sight.
everyone. Oh, you can hear me. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Please come forward. Can I ask you all that are sitting in the last 10 rows to please move forward so we can make this place look nice and full. I love the buzz and the excitement that's already there. So I'll just give you a few minutes to come forward. Everyone in the foyer, please could I ask you to make your way into the auditorium. We're going to start now. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Oh, that's a bit dull. So today is a very exciting day. Are you excited to be here and to be participating? I need you to say yes, not. Okay. There we go. Okay. There's going to be a few presentations that you're going to see that's going to be very exciting. And you will be sitting quite a bit for this first part. So I'm going to do an energy check with you now and then, just to make sure you're still awake, you haven't fallen asleep. So we're going to do a test now, okay? So when I say energy check 1, you have to say 1 and clap once. When I say energy check 2, you have to say 1, 2, and clap every time you say a number. Are you ready? Let's test it out. Energy check 1. Energy check 3. Perfect. Now I know you're awake. And if your neighbor is asleep, they'll wake up every time you clap. Okay, my name is Lydia, and I'm going to be program directing for today. It's really so exciting to see all of you. I'm very excited for what today is going to be. Already you can see that there's a lot going on around you, literally. And we hope that it's going to be a thrilling experience. But to kick off the day and to officially welcome you and give a bit more direction to what the day is going to be, I'm going to call Pastor Chris, who's been instrumental in planning this event.
Thank you, Lydia. Energy check half. You take your one hand and you clap your neighbor's one hand. Wonderful. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this event. And we're looking forward to a really good day, an amazing day of passing on information and imparting some great stuff to you that you're going to take and go back. But I'm not going to hog the day here today. I just want to, again, on behalf of Pastor Thamo and Marolan Naidu, our senior elders of Gate Ministry Sandton, welcome each and every one of you, and also on behalf of all of our elders, welcome you to this event. And as the day unfolds, I know the purpose will be revealed even more than just what I will say today. But today is about giving you tools. Information is a tool that you use. If we're talking about careers and jobs, one of the things that I would have liked to do, or one of the many things that, go through your mind when you're young and what are you going to do in life, I wanted to be an archaeologist. And of course, never pursued that. But I'm still fascinated by archaeology. One of the things in archaeology is that when they find tools, primitive tools, it's a very big find. And the tools that are found is an indication of the civilization of that particular period of time. So the more the advanced tools that were found, the more advanced the civilization and the technology of the day was. So tools are very, very important. And today we want to give you some of the tools that you would need as you plan your future landscape as far as jobs is concerned. And we believe that the jobs that you go into must also be your ministry. It must be where you reflect Christ in your workplace, where you can be the absolute best that you can be, and where you become known as a child of God in your workplace. Without preaching, without necessarily having a Bible on your table, but just how you present yourself. So that's one of the purposes of today. Preparedness, I think, is another. The whole point of today is to introduce you to the rapidly changing world of work. And we should never be caught by surprise. One of the parables of in the Bible is that of 10 wise and 10 foolish virgins at a wedding ceremony. And the only thing that differentiated between wise and foolishness was that 5 were prepared for an eventuality, a delay in the arrival of the groom. I'm not going to go too much into that. I'm not preaching today. But this was just a traditional Jewish wedding, and there was a part of the ceremony where the bride goes into the wedding and is accompanied by 10 virgins of the village. But the Bible talks about 5 who were foolish because they were not prepared when the groom arrived late, and they did not have enough oil in their lamps because he arrived at about midnight, and they were regarded as foolish. But we are called to be wise. We are called to be prepared. Okay, so today is about preparing you for whatever the future is. We are not going to tell you what you must do for a living. There's expo stations here that you can walk around. And also, let me just say, we cannot cover every single job and every single occupation in one day in one venue. So we're not saying that of all the careers that you are exposed here today to, that you have to choose one of them. If you are in the arts, pursue the arts. If you are in creative arts, visual arts, performing arts, if you have that creative streak, or hope you're going to become a hairdresser because you know you're good at it, pursue it. Pursue it. But today is about dropping the seeds into you. Are you okay with that? Please relax. All the people that we got around here, I've done a criminal record check on them. They are not killers. They're not murderers, right? They're actually very nice people. You can ask them whatever you want to. And what we really encourage in sessions like this is dialogue. During the presentations, if you have questions, just note your questions down, and we're going to have a panel later on, questions and answers, and you must ask as many questions as you want to. And also, when we get to the expo stations, I want you to interact with the guys that are there. They are prepared to answer your questions. Okay. Before we go any further, I'm going to ask you to stand. Let's open in prayer, commit this day, commit our lives to the Lord, and let's ask Him for wisdom and guidance throughout this day. Father, we thank you today for being present amongst us at this event. I thank you that at times like this, as we start to think about jobs and careers and our future, but we are also aware that everything about our lives must first rest in you, Lord. And we invite you into our lives. We invite you back into this place to speak to us, even through our speakers and through whatever is said and done here. That we will grow spiritually, we will grow physically, we will grow intellectually, we will grow socially, and become the accurate representation of who you are. Thank you for every person that has gathered here today, and the way transactions will take place and the way their eyes will be opened. Let this be about you and about their future and about the world of work that we live in as well. So we bless you today. I thank you for all of the speakers. And may we just have a wonderful, wonderful day here today. And we ask all of this in your holy and wonderful name. Amen. Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. Lydia, I'm going to hand over back to you.
Thank you, Pastor Chris. Okay, so we're going to get straight into it and jump into the hot and trending topic of artificial intelligence in the workplace. Please, can I ask you all to always try your best to pay attention to what's being shared. Try not to make too much of noise and minimize your movements as well during each presenter's presentation. So our presenter, who's going to be talking to us about this very exciting and trendy topic, has almost 35 years of experience in the education and training sector, where he's fulfilled the roles of teacher, lecturer, principal, and specialist. To elaborate on navigating your career in the evolving world of work, please help me welcome an expert in systems planning, quality assurance, and assessment, Mr. Vijayan Naidu.
Thank you and good morning. Good morning. What they didn't tell you that I was here in the building last night, and because I'm talking about artificial intelligence, there's some cameras sitting around. So we're monitoring your every movement. Now that's by the way. All right, I see my time is going. I supposed to have 20 minutes, guys, but I see you gave me 15, but I'll try to keep it there. Firstly, thank you to Pastor Mungezi, Pastor Chris, and to the Sons Connect for giving me this opportunity to speak at this particular event. Mine is a difficult one. Is it? Yep. It is. All right, the slides are not showing at the back, so I'm going to turn my head and look that side most of the time. But I want to speak to you about AI, that's artificial intelligence, scarce skills, and the world of work. Now, let me first say I'm not an expert in any of the artificial intelligence or the virtual reality platforms, but mainly I'm here to talk to you about the link between education and labor. A lot of you here are in school or studying, and how does that link to labor? What's the supply and demand? You could get into some careers because you think you want to do it because everybody else is doing it, but what's the demand by the time you finish in 4 or 5 years? Is it still the career that you want to follow, or is there an opportunity for you in that? And then this area of skills mismatch in the country, that a lot of times you study something and then you end up doing something entirely different. So I would go pretty quickly, and I thought that maybe to start off, let me take you on a quick journey in terms of the industrial revolutions that have happened, to show you a trajectory of how the world is moving and how fast the world is moving. So if you look at the first industrial revolution, in the blue there, the first industrial revolution was when they discovered the power of steam, that's the use of water, and obviously using coal energy. So you'll see I'll be bringing in a lot of words that you need to hook onto and try to link it to what you see happening on news, what's happening in the day, and you can see how this thread of industrial revolution is happening. So when they discovered steam, it started to power rails. So you had your steam trains, printing. It started to become the beginning of a mechanical production age. And mainly an agrarian lifestyle of farming started to transform into an urbanized one around factories. So farming started to move towards factories. Then we got the second industrial revolution, and that was when electricity was discovered. The use of fossil fuels again, and you know the big cry in the country about fossil fuels, the damage that it is doing to our climate in terms of coal and the emissions. But when this was discovered, issues of transportation, telephone communication, it started and was the beginning of mass production age and the modern world as we know it. And that was the second revolution. And if you look at that green line, basically it may not be too clear, but it is a conveyor belt. So it started to mechanize things to produce more, but using human effort. So your job actually became much smaller and very confined, and all of you had to stand alongside each other, and you only did this one little bit. You could never manufacture the entire product yourself. And that's how production started to increase. And then comes the third revolution. The third revolution was when digital and computing was discovered. And it has also marked the beginning of the issues of renewable energy, air travel, and internet communication. But also for us here, you would see it started the age of automated production. So what the human being was doing in the second revolution, they now implemented a robot to do the same thing. So the robot replaced the person, all right? And that was through those industrial revolutions. Then we come to the fourth industrial revolution, and some people think we're still going to get into it. Some people think we're in it, and others think we're probably past it and already into the fifth industrial revolution. Now, in the fourth industrial revolution, it's the interconnectedness or the Internet of Things, of how different data sets are being connected without you even knowing it. And so it's bringing with it use of advanced batteries, thermal storage, autonomous vehicles. All of you heard about autonomous vehicles? Vehicles that drive themselves. Okay, there's ethical issues around all of this, but I won't go into that for today. Communication, the artificial intelligence production age. I'm sure all of you heard about ChatGPT. I hope you're not using it though. You need to do the assignments yourself. Plus also it has implications on physical and biological technologies. Now these all, and I want you to look at the timelines. That's very important for me, the timelines. I'll use this one. If you look at the first industrial revolution, it was in 1800s. The second industrial revolution was the 1900s. It took about 100 years. And then between 1900 to 1969, period got a bit shorter, 70 years, was the third revolution. And here comes principles of scientific management. In your terms, it's called Taylorism. Taylor had a theory, conveyor belt, chop up jobs into smaller portions. You're going to get higher productivity. And then once you started with the third industrial revolution, you got theories like TQM, which is total quality management, on how to ensure that there's management across the whole process. But then look at from 1969 to 2000, how quick the transition was to the fourth industrial revolution. And now we got things like Lean and Sigma 6, which in any profession that you choose, you go through what is called programs Lean and Sigma 6. And those are programs that help you to make systems more efficient. And Sigma 6 actually works on karate, how karate is stratified. You get your yellow belt and your green belt and all the way to your black belt. If you get a black belt, Sigma 6, you are highly sought after, irrespective of which area you're working in. But look at the color of the dots. The blue dots in the 1800s, and look at what's on the axes in terms of productivity. Productivity was still very low. Look at what happened with the second revolution. Green, productivity increased a little bit. And then orange dot, productivity jumped up quite a bit. But look at what happened in the red dot. Productivity jumped up immensely. So what that is showing us is that productivity is linked to the amount of technology. Now, I want to quickly talk to you about the shift, and I'm going to go to this next slide. And again, it talks about the same things, but I want you to see what has happened. In industry we'll call it 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, you can see that the main emphasis was on empowering corporations. It was how does the company start to become empowered and make more money. You were just an individual working in that company. That's the big issue around the first three revolutions, or industrial revolutions. But look at what the fourth one says. It's no longer about empowering the corporations, it's empowering people. And that's why we're here today, to show you how these industrial revolutions are happening and how you need to be empowered so that you can fit in here. So no longer are you going to be able to walk around saying that I work for XYZ company and you're going to have a reputation because you work at that company. Your reputation now is going to be, I am so and so, and this is what I can do. You're getting the picture of what's the message I'm trying to communicate to you. All right? You've got to get that on the inside of you. It's not about working for the biggest company or the best company. It's about, can you be the biggest and the best in what you are doing? All right? And I'll come to a point with that now. So, again, in the first and second revolution, it was scalable efficiency, doing the right thing. So that means if you were doing that, you stood there and you did that the whole day through, and you had to do it right. Obviously, you did it wrong. The next person could not continue with that product. Once we came to automated product, then it came to scalable adaptability. Now, what's the change in words? Doing things right to doing the right things. Okay, I'm playing with words, but I hope you're getting the message. All right? There you just had to do things right. Now you have to do the right thing. One of the right things you have to do is decide what you want to study if you want to start to operate in this. And then it's empowering people. And then as we move beyond this fourth, it starts to get blurred. Now it's blurring the physical and the cyber-digital divide. What's the impact? It has socio-economic impact, it has impact on industry, it has impact on the government, it has impact on the individual as well as the society. I'll talk to that about just now, a bit more. So, I want to just talk to you about where I come from and where many of you may be sitting. You know, I started as a teacher because it was a secure job. I'm going to be the teacher for the rest of my life till I retire. My employment is secured. Obviously, you do get promoted in between, but working for the government, you think that's the most secure. That's called secured tenure. Then you got the new thing now called a fixed contract. You'll get a job advertised and it says 5 years fixed-term contract. So they may renew it, they may not renew it. Then there's a new concept called the precariat. I always get that wrong. Have I got it right this time? Precariat. Where your employment and income is insecure. And that's where the world is moving to. Your employment and your income will be insecure. But the security and the income lies in how well you are able to position yourself to reach the top of the pile. I'll use a simple example. If you're a freelance editor, you are sitting at home and you are editing. Or you could be sitting at the seaside and editing. But somebody who gave you that job is going to rate you. The next person looking for somebody to edit is going to go to this portfolio and look for editors. And they're going to choose an editor. Who do you think they're going to choose? The one at the bottom of the list or the one top of the list? Top of the list. So whatever occupation, profession you're moving into in the new space, you've got to find how do you get yourself to the top of that ladder. All right, so let me move. Time is moving ahead very quickly. Can I get the next slide, please? It doesn't seem to move from here. All right, I've covered this. I'm not going to talk about it. Can I just get to the next slide quickly? All right, now we have these concepts of artificial intelligence, AR, which is your augmented reality, you got virtual reality, you got machine learning, and all of these things sound like they are different, but they are all very much the same. I'll just use a few examples so that you know what I'm talking about. How many of you know about Siri and Alexa? Some people know, some people look at me confused. Okay, Siri is when you take your phone and say, Siri, find me this place. Okay, Alexa is the thing at home and you say, put the radio on or put the radio off or the TV on, TV off. Okay, that is a link of virtual reality. All right, so you can just think about the amount of artificial intelligence that goes behind that. That here's somebody that can replicate, hear your voice, hear your command, and execute your command. A whole lot of development inside of that. Then we've got your virtual reality. I don't know how many of you had the experience. You see people wearing these virtual reality glasses. And so I had an experience. They taught me how to fix an air conditioner using virtual reality, but the air conditioner is not in front of me, but I can see it there. And I'm taking out the screws and I'm doing everything else I'm supposed to. Now that is virtual reality. That's where things are going. And then we got the internet, then machine learning. So what does machine learning do? Machine learning means there's a machine that learns continuously and improves itself. And sitting behind that is what we call an algorithm, but don't worry about that. It's just what goes into the machine. So a good example of machine learning, and I'm looking here and I can see medical doctors and whatnot, is where if you had to scan, the more images of somebody's lung you would scan and make a diagnosis, and then after a while, the doctor just takes a scan of your lung, it will do its automatic matching with what's the trend in these other x-rays that were taken, and then it will diagnose this is the condition that you're suffering with. All right? So that's machine learning. And obviously, the more information you put into it, the more accurate it becomes. All right? So that is the issue around machine learning. Can we just get to the next one? I just want to quickly go to show you what's happening in the world of work. All right, so how is AI changing the world around us in terms of physical? And if you want to start to think about where you want to go, depending on your interest, space technologies. We know everybody's in the race to get to the moon, and India's joined the race, being the 4th country, first to reach the South Pole on the moon. 3D printing is another big intervention. Innovative materials. We now need to find things like lithium. That's the new material for batteries. Previous batteries were made on using acid, and so there's new materials. Robotics, I think I spoke about that. Autonomous vehicles, new forms of energy. Then on the digital side, you look at VR, AR, and new computational technologies. You got blockchain. How many of you hear of Time Bank? All right? No building, no places, no call center. But you trust them and you put your money in it. All right? It's all blockchain technology built behind that. Then you got the biological, and I get a bit scared when we move into this area because then we're tapping into God's creation slightly. But we got to be careful about that. Neurotechnology. Now, the good side is there's technology that they can see how your brain functions when you're sleeping, when you're up. What's your brain doing? I start to get worried when we got people with a lot of money. I won't mention the names because I'm on this platform. When they think about planting a chip into somebody's brain to see how that is going to enhance the intelligence, then that's the ethical part we don't want to go into. Geoengineering and climate change is becoming a huge issue. Climate change is one of the biggest issues facing us as humankind at the moment, apart from those of us that are not saved or do not belong to the house of God. So, and then obviously issues in biotechnology. Can I get to the next slide? All right, so scarce skills in South Africa and globally. Now, you must have heard about the World Economic Forum. It's a big thing that happens across part of the United Nations. But this is what they predicted. More than half the jobs we do in 2030, not even today, 7 years' time, will require an understanding of digital technology. This means that people who are able to effectively use digital tools and platforms to solve problems and create value will be increasingly in demand. And a lot of youngsters sitting here, 2023, in about 7 years, depending if you're in school, that's when you will be entering that workforce. So no matter what you're thinking about, think about this phrase that you will have to have digital skills. So if you don't like mathematics, you better start liking mathematics. All right, can I just have the next one quickly to show you some things? Now, watch what's happening in the skills. I've got about a minute to go. Jobs between now and 2030. the jobs that are in demand, both in South Africa and globally, data science and analytics. And I saw we got a stand there, data science, he's going to talk to you more about that somewhere. Software development and planning, AI, cybersecurity is going to become a big issue because everything's going digital. And we know that there have already been hacks and people's information is getting stolen. Renewable energy and green technologies, your solar systems, wind turbines. If you're going to engineering, you have to start to look into those kind of directions. Healthcare and medical sciences, engineering. But look what happens by 2050. Look what becomes number one, AI ethicist. That means artificial intelligence has taken over almost everything, and now you need to get somebody as a specialist to look after the ethical behavior of people operating in that space. Then you got a virtual reality architect or designer, sustainable energy engineer. Can you see the shift between those two columns? Look at number 7. How many of you want to do that one? Space tourism guide. Eh? Interesting. And then data scientist. Can we move to the next slide? All right, what about the future? And I've got, I'm beyond minds. 1 minute, they're going to give me 1 minute more. Look at this. Don't be afraid that there's not going to be enough jobs for you. That's what this slide says. With the way things are happening, people are going to be replaced. But because of green jobs, there's going to be an additional 8.4 million jobs added to the market. Because of the digital, there's going to be another 6.4 million jobs. And if in the care industry, an additional 17.9 million jobs. So you've got to find yourself in one of those areas where the jobs are actually going to be created. I think I have one more slide and then I'm done. All right, in South Africa, there are 2 documents that you need to look at. Unfortunately, they're too voluminous for me to talk about. There's a document called Occupations in High Demand. If you just go onto the website, you'll pick it up. It's produced by the Department of Higher Education, listing all of the qualifications in high demand. And then there's one called the Critical Skills List, and that's produced by the Department of Home Affairs. And that is where we don't have those skills and we have to import them from other parts of the world. All right, and I think that was my last slide. Okay, last one. Is a university qualification the only way to go? No. All right, let's look at other emerging pathways. You got occupational qualifications. Tabo's going to talk about that if you meet him there at the Center of Specialization and TVET colleges, TVET institutions, apprenticeships, a big thing. I was talking to, on the mining side there, that they're now looking for apprenticeships more than anything else. And then skills programs, which are much shorter than actually your 3 or 4 year degrees. All right, I'm not going to go through this slide. It's just what we're doing to show you that where I work, this is the framework that we've developed so that you could, at any stage, exit with a skills program that could articulate, that could lead to employment or self-employment, further education, upskilling, or reskilling. Okay, so if you're currently sitting here and you're an engineer and you want to enter the green, all you do is find the right skills program, do that, and then you are efficient in that particular area. And I think that's the last one. Sorry, I took 2 minutes more than my time. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vijen. Energy check 2. That was bad, you failed. Energy check 1. Can't hear. Energy check 2. There we go. Okay, so as you can see from the previous presentation, even the job market requires a little more from you. So one more time. Energy check 5. There we go. So in the post-digital era, it's of vital importance to constantly be upskilling and upgrading, just as you heard Mr. Vijen tell you. And this also presents a new face of what business opportunities look like as well. So we're now going to hear from someone who distinguishes themselves in business as a problem solver Following her 17 years of corporate experience in telco, she took the leap and started her own thriving company. Holding her MBA and fulfilling the role of Chief Operating Officer in her previous job, please get ready to fill your toolbox with invaluable tools on entrepreneurship. Please help me welcome Mrs. Ramona Pinar.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the leadership. I really appreciate this opportunity. So, guys, you look so vibrant and so energetic. How many aspiring entrepreneurs do we have in the building? Well done. Well done. That is absolutely fabulous. So, entrepreneurship is an extremely exciting journey if you're wanting to pursue it. But there's a few things you need to understand about becoming an entrepreneur. And I'm going to shock you with a few things that I'm going to say. But entrepreneurship has absolutely nothing to do with you as an individual. Okay? Let me try and get to, okay. So, I hope that, okay. So if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, you must really love roller coasters because this is what the entrepreneurship journey is about. It's an absolute roller coaster. Very exciting, but the things that entrepreneurship is not, firstly, it's not easy. It is going to be an extremely difficult journey. You need to understand what you're getting into. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. If you're in entrepreneurship to get rich quickly, cut that out of your mind. It's not going to happen. It's going to be really, really difficult and really challenging. And entrepreneurship is not an opportunity for you to sit back and do nothing because, you know, we pray and things are just going to come to us. That is not going to happen. You're going to work harder than you've ever thought you'd had to work in your life, right? And it's not an escape from reality either. You know, it's not something you can do to say, entrepreneurship is, I don't have to study, I don't have to have a degree, I don't have to do these things or get my MBA or anything. I can just become an entrepreneur because every person is an entrepreneur these days, right? But the most important thing that I want to leave with you today is that it has nothing to do with you. The definition of, okay, what is your classic definition of entrepreneurship then? It's an individual, and remember that word, individual, who undertakes to supply goods or services to a market for self-profit. Okay, that's your Oxford Dictionary definition of entrepreneurship. The other things that I've listed here is that the classic definition that the world sees entrepreneurship as, it's that you can use others to get personal gain. Now you'll see a contrast between us sons and the world. And entrepreneurship needs to trample on everyone else to get to the top, right? And an entrepreneurship can be really harsh, really cruel to your suppliers, to your customers, because you need to be tough, you need to be seen as being serious. This is what the world sees an entrepreneur as. And an entrepreneur is self-made and chases riches. You want to get that Lamborghini, don't you? And the one way to get it is to become an entrepreneur, right? So, I am in the Ministry of Business. And if you start looking at entrepreneurship in this new way with a new definition, your mind changes. And when I say my personal definition of being an entrepreneur is a problem solver, but you're solving problems for others. That's why I say it has nothing to do with you. You are here to solve problems in this world for other people, okay? This is an interesting one and a challenging one. It challenged me as well. But an entrepreneur, a son entrepreneur who is in the Ministry of Business, you are able to pray for every single person and entity in your industry. That means that you must be able to pray for your competition. And I was challenged on this a lot in the past year because it is an extremely challenging thing to do. Who's going to tell you, pray for your competition? But guess what? We're all children of God, right? And we can all thrive in the economy because there's enough to go around and we should not be selfish, right? An entrepreneur is a giver and not a taker, okay? Now, we get real gems every single Sunday from this pulpit, and it's contrary to what this world sees. You've got to be a giver to be an entrepreneur. You cannot be a taker. It's not going to go very far. It's not going to take you very far. And then again, I said, entrepreneurship has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with everyone else, okay? Characteristics of a kingdom entrepreneur, then. This is where the rubber really hits the road. It's a big picture person, okay? You think big picture. You do not think limited, right? You have to be selfless and you have to be really, really hardworking to be a kingdom entrepreneur. You cannot just pray and go and watch a movie and say, it's going to come because I've prayed now. Right? You're young people. You cannot just pray and then say, okay, I'm going to do my video games now because the Lord's going to provide. He said so. No, you've got to do. You really have to do. And you've got to really make sacrifices. And sacrifices are so important, especially because you're young. For example, Christmas is coming along, and if you're entrepreneurial, you have an entrepreneurial mindset, you're already thinking about, instead of getting the latest Jordans, maybe I'll ask my parents for a laptop. Because if I have a laptop, I can learn. I can already start learning skills to help others and help this world that is in dire need. Right? Be comfortable with trailblazing. There is no template to this thing. It is a wild ride. That first slide that I put up with the roller coaster, I don't know every day which part of that roller coaster I'm on. But I'm somewhere there, and it's an interesting journey. You've got to be really, really brave. This takes bravery to a new level because you don't have a set salary. You don't know from one day to the next whether you're going to make that sale that's going to pay the bills. It is rough, but you've got to be really brave. And bravery comes because you understand your sonship. You understand where your resources come from. So it takes bravery to that new level. You've got to be self-motivated. As an entrepreneur, you don't have a manager sitting on you setting your targets and saying if you reach your targets, you're going to get your bonus or your benefits or anything like that. It is you and you. You've got to fail really, really well, and you're going to fail over and over and over again and get used to failing, because failing teaches you more about yourself than actually being successful and succeeding at things. I've mentioned this before, pray and then do. Pray, perfect, but please get doing and get acting. My advice to kingdom entrepreneurs is that be smart. There's a world of information out there. Start researching. Know how to assimilate that information, right? The world is really good at researching. And the world is really good at doing things that some of us in the kingdom don't want to do because it's hard. But guess what? Get creative, get doing, get researching, assimilate the information, and also pray for innovative, creative ideas. You know, when I prayed for ideas about business, because I always wanted to be a business person, and this business idea came, and it is such a creative business idea where I create skincare for South Africans, by South Africans, in this country. And it is a lot to do with skin of color, where we celebrate skin of color, and it is not even a topic that is really spoken about globally. And I don't think that idea really came from me, because I'm not that great, right? Have a strategy, and when you're building your strategy for your business, I would do it where I think I'm building a business plan because I want to get funding for this business. And if you start thinking in that way, you start creating a business plan from start to finish in a very systematic fashion. And guess what? you can then go and apply for grants and funding because your work is done, right? But this is going to take hard work. Recognize opportunities and act. Opportunities are going to come your way. You've got to be really smart in recognizing really good opportunities. You've got to stand at that door of opportunity, and you've got to recognize those God-given opportunities because they're only going to come by once or twice. Again, I say pray and do. It's a lot to do, a lot of doing. Okay, know your macro and microeconomics. Do you guys know about BRICS? Right, the summit that just happened recently. If you are a South African entrepreneur, or you want to really understand, you really have to understand how the world economics works. You really then have to understand how African economics works. You have to understand how South African economics works. You have to understand how your industry plays into your macro and microeconomics. You know, with BRICS and the dollar, that everything that's happening with the dollar right now and the weakening dollar and BRICS coming together, and people are really, really afraid about what is this going to mean. But guess what? If you're a kingdom entrepreneur and you're a son, there's going to be massive opportunities that are going to come your way because of BRICS. And if you're sitting and just scared because of it, stop with the fear. There's going to be opportunities that sons need to take up because it's going to make a massive difference if sons take up these opportunities and add to the economy of our country, to the economy of Africa, and to the world. Imagine if we had sons in business, sons creating opportunities, sons creating jobs, creating a workplace that is non-toxic with kingdom principles and kingdom values. Imagine what great workspaces we will have. Okay, setting up businesses. Now, think big. Thinking and dreaming is for free. Dream really big. Think really big and start small, right? Really, really start and really get doing. Register your business on SIPC. And I would advise you, if you're a young person, speak to your parents, get your business registered before January next year because there are things going to happen. Things are going to happen with the BRICS, and things are going to start with the BRICS. I would say register your business now and start going now already, okay? I've done all of this myself, by the way. It took years. It took a long time of research. I registered my company on my own. I designed my own website. I designed my own Google ads. I learned how to do SEO, search engine optimization. If there's one tip I have for any aspiring entrepreneur in this room, search engine optimization is something to get into if that interests you. I need it in my business, and I do not have the time to do it. I started doing it, but I don't have the time to continue. So I would pay somebody for that type of skill. Yes, so design your own website. And guys, I learned how to design my website on YouTube. I didn't go to anyone to do it. It took me a few months. Guess what? I did it myself. And I'm still doing all of the updates myself because when you're a business person, funds are really low. And when you're just starting out, you don't have the resources to pay somebody else to do it. But you have the time. And if you have the time, you can learn. So Google ads, Meta ads, TikTok is big right now. You all know about TikTok. But how about getting into business on TikTok instead of just scrolling through funny videos? Right? And I think that is me. But the last bit of advice that I would want to leave with you, as I've said already, work hard, pray, but then get up and do the things that other people are not willing to do. And that's how you will get ahead, and that's how you will impact lives of other people, because you get to solve problems for other people by being an entrepreneur. And that is what entrepreneurship in the kingdom is really about. It's about others, not about yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramona. That was excellent. Did you enjoy that? I sound very quiet again, but I'm not going to do an energy check, don't worry. So today's, we've gone digital, and we don't have an information pack like we usually do, a physical one. So there are QR codes that are located around the building. You'll see when you're doing registration at the registration tables, and also as you're walking through each of the stations. And in there, you'll be able to scan the QR to find a lot of the presentation content that was presented today. It's not going to be the presentations exactly as they are, but it's going to be information that is related and pertinent to what you've been hearing. And then there are also QR codes for you to please share feedback with us on whether you enjoyed the session and how we can also improve and do better going forward. Okay, so now that you've heard more about what the future landscape of careers looks like, and you're equipped with distinguishing yourself in the marketplace and how to set up your own business, do you feel ready for more? No, okay. Then I think we could close, Pastor Chris. I don't think we can carry on. Energy check 1. You're supposed to say 1, guys. Come on. Energy check 1. There we go. Energy check 2. Yes. Our next speaker is weighted with over 20 years of experience in education and human resources. She has worked in logistics, ICT, security, and pharmaceuticals. She holds an honors degree in psychology and human resources in organizational behavior. To elaborate on personal branding and how to distinguish yourself in terms of your brand from others, please help me welcome Ms. Ola Virana.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Gosh, that doesn't sound like a very good morning. I know it's Saturday. So let's all stand up quickly, just to get some oxygen moving. Right, so I just want you to take in a deep breath, right, and then let it out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Then just stretch your hands above your head. Okay, do you feel better? Do you want to try the good morning again? Okay. Okay, let's get started. You may be seated. Can I have the pointer, please? Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about personal branding today, and I would just like to thank the leadership for this opportunity. I'm currently going through a professional transition, so this is something that has been very close to my heart and something I've been doing research on and have to implement in my personal space at this point in time. If you can just go through to the next slide. These are the topics we will be covering today: why personal branding matters, defining your personal brand, how to implement personal branding, and then what is the role of personal branding in social media. If we move on to the next slide, there's going to be some familiar logos to all of you, and this is what is known as branding to most of us, right? Marketing. Okay, what do you think of when you see the first ad, Nando's? You can just shout it out. Okay, great. KFC, what do you think of? Wow, finger licking good. The VW sign. Okay, I can see there's lots of younger people in the room based on the common responses here. For those of you who are Generation X, you would remember the old VW ads that were very family-orientated, and there were these elaborate designs, but I'm showing my age, so let's move on. BMW, what do you think of? All right. Checkers. 60/60. Right, I've passed quite a few of those bikes driving here this morning. Woolworths. Expensive. Nike, what do you think of? Just do it. And Skechers. Not, not very familiar. Okay, so what we've learned from this is that when you look at certain brands, there's images, there's words, there's experiences that come to mind. If we go on to the next slide, right, these are some famous people that we all are familiar with. Right? What do you think of? Top right-hand corner, Donald Trump. Right? Elon Musk. Right? Richard Branson. Some of the younger folk don't know who Richard Branson is. This gentleman here. Okay. The lady on the top, Kim Kardashian, what do you think of? Some very interesting responses there. Okay, I won't ask you to say any words. I think the reaction says it all. Oprah Winfrey. And lastly, Adolf Hitler. Okay, so if you listen to the responses or look at the reactions, the facial expressions, these are our impressions of people, of particular brands. When it comes to personal branding, what do people see when they look at us? If your face was up there, what would people say? What reaction would you get? Let's move on to the next slide. The definition of personal branding is the process of defining and promoting what you stand for as an individual. And that is the key. It's not being like Oprah Winfrey and giving away free gifts. It's not looking like Kim Kardashian. Okay? It's what is individualistic to you. And this is a culmination of your experiences. We've all had different experiences in life, personal, professional, educational. It's a culmination of your skills. We all have different skills. I mean, you've heard from two speakers so far with very different backgrounds. And importantly, it is values, right? We should share some kingdom principles and values as believers. But it is important that our experiences, skills, and values speak about who we are. And key to all of this is authenticity. It's not about trying to mimic or imitate anyone else. If we look at the next slide, how do you define your personal brand? We've looked at some key companies that we all are familiar with. We've looked at some popular personalities, and we've all defined them in certain ways. And how we define people also depends on our experiences, our skills, and our values. If you would have heard the comments about some of the personalities whose faces were up on the screen, there were different comments that came through. And that is because we resonate differently with each of those images. So we are going to do an exercise shortly, and that exercise is based on how would you describe yourself. And the key points to consider when you are describing yourself is, what is the audience? Okay? Are you promoting your business? Are you applying for a promotion in your company? Are you applying for an internship? Are you applying for a business loan? Know how you want to present yourself. How do you want to come across? Do you want to come across as fun, as professional, as serious? Do you prefer a more structured approach? So think about all of these things. Also important is the words that you use. And remember, we all come from different backgrounds, so different words have different meanings, different connotations to everyone else. So be very mindful of the particular words that you use. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is a quick exercise that we are going to do. You can write, you can make notes on your phone, on your tablet, whatever you are comfortable with. Right? Whatever vocation you are in currently, if you're a student, you're an employee, you're an entrepreneur, or maybe you are considering moving into one of these vocations, I want you to put down words that would describe yourself. Right? Anything that comes to mind. I also want you to consider what are your interests. Okay? So it can be things like staying healthy, keeping fit, playing music, reading, hiking, socializing, cooking, etc. What have you achieved? Right? Your qualifications. Maybe you have focused on some physical activity as an accolade. And how have your studies, your work, or any other experience prepared you for this particular course or career opportunity that you wish to undertake? So keeping this in mind, we're going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to set a timer. So describe yourself, write about interests and achievements, and think about the next step for you. Is it a promotion? Is it a study course? Is it an entrepreneurial opportunity? And where do you see yourself? Right, so your 2 minutes starts now. Try not to think too much. The first words, phrases, descriptions that come to mind are basically the most accurate. "30 seconds left. "10 seconds. Time's up. Thank you for participating. Please keep your list in front of you because we are going to refer to it again shortly. If you move on to the next slide, right, I want you to consider what you have written down about yourself. And this is basically how you see yourself, the words that you've put down to describe yourself, your skills, your experiences, your goals. Have you ever encountered someone giving you feedback? It could be a parent, it could be a teacher, it could be a manager, a colleague, a professor, where they've said something to you that really shocked you. Maybe you thought you were very calm and confident and patient, and they've said to you, I actually witnessed where you were very agitated by this particular experience. And this shocked you because you don't see yourself in that manner. Okay? So there sometimes can be a disconnect or a gap between how we see ourselves and how others see us. Okay? And we need to close that gap in order to build our own personal brand. So just a bit of psychology, and I'm not going to go into this into too much of detail just because of time, but there's something called the Johari window, and you can look into this. And it starts off with our open self. So this is the self, this is how we would describe ourselves, and this resonates with how others see us as well. And then opposite to that is the unknown self. There are elements that we don't know about ourselves that exist in our unconscious and subconscious mind that are not brought to the surface, that we don't know about, but sometimes this can be visible to other people, yet we have suppressed it to ourselves. So the aim is to move from the open self to the unknown self. And that would then give you an accurate picture of who you are and help you to build your brand. If we go to the next slide, these are just some key terms, right? Oh, sorry, before that. Right? So we've done the exercise where you've described yourself, right? I would like you to revisit that by speaking to someone that you trust, close family, friends, colleagues, anyone, again, in your circle of trust, and ask them how they would describe you. Show them your list and ask them if that resonates with them. Right? Here are some examples of words you can describe yourself. This is more particular for the work environment, so for interviews, if you're applying for an internship, a job, a promotion, these are some words that you can use to define yourself. On the next slide is some words to use, or not to use, rather. Right? So some of these words sound very lovely, and I'm sure we've all used them. I certainly have. Right? Results-driven, customer-focused, I have extensive experience, I'm a perfectionist. Right? Who hasn't used those terms? And while they all sound very lovely, as we heard before, we need to be mindful of the connotation this brings. So try to stay away from these particular words. Right, the next slide. Right, so this is with social media. We all live in an age where social media is very prevalent in our lives. We cannot escape it. Right? You might say, oh, I'm old school, I'm comfortable doing things in a certain way. I'm not familiar with Facebook or TikTok, and Instagram makes me uncomfortable. What is LinkedIn? I don't want everyone to know about me. But this is the world that we live in. This is how people learn about you. If employers want to learn about you, if a panel looking at your scholarship application wants to learn about you, they would look at your social media presence. So it's important to find a suitable social media platform that you would like to use, one that you're comfortable with and one that resonates with your particular purpose. Right? It's important to focus on public relations. I'm just going through this quickly because I am out of time. And then build strong relationships through your network. You can use LinkedIn to have videos about promoting a particular topic you're interested in, follow key leaders in industry, comment on their posts. This is how you build a platform and a profile. Also be consistent. Right? If you have social media platforms, across various platforms such as LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X as it is now known, make sure that your content is consistent. All of this will help to define your brand. And finally, just to look at some branding tips on social media. There's some examples of various platforms that you can use. And then make sure you are visible and easy to reach. Make yourself approachable. Set up your value proposition. Who are you? What do you want to achieve? Show the real you online. Be authentic. Be genuine. Do not display skills or attributes that do not really describe you. Maintain a database of contacts. Always listen and keep up with trends. You might need to shift your focus on the various platforms. And finally, include your audience in your journey. Allow for interaction, allow for feedback. So I hope this has been informative for you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Olive. So now you've heard about where the world of work is going and how to structure your career journey from the first one. You've learned about how you can start your own business and the tools that you need to become an influential entrepreneur who's accurately aligned to God's perfect will for your life. And today you've also now learned how to brand yourself. Our next speaker will enlighten us on the options we have when exploring post-school opportunities. Lebogang Diale is the co-founder and executive director at Grades Match, a young company that has resourced over 450,000 students with career guidance, and in the last 3 years has unlocked over 2 billion rand in funding for its students. Mr. Lebogang holds a Bachelor of Business Science and a Bachelor of Engineering degree. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Lebogang Diale.
All right, perfect. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Still good. All right, so just a question. How many of us are in high school? Just hands up. Okay. Primary school, just to make sure. Okay, one person in primary school. What grade? Grade 7, yourself? Grade 6. Okay, you're going to learn some interesting stuff today. And then those in varsity already? All right, cool, got that. Thank you so much. We can go to the next slide, please. All right, so what I'm going to cover today is just post-schooling opportunities and the landscape thereof at a high level, right? I'll also touch on competition for space in tertiary institutions and just try and make a little bit of sense of that. So the main thing for me is to give you just a big, broad background. What are the options? How to prepare for those options? And how to have the best chance to get in, because it's quite competitive, but I'll make sense of it for you as well. And then the in-demand pathways in South Africa and abroad. So I'll just give a different spin to it, relative to what the other gentlemen and speakers have also highlighted. And then funding your tertiary studies. Just as a question, who's worried about how they're going to pay for their studies once they go to school? Okay, I see a hand there, hand there, hand there. Cool. All right, I'll give you some ideas. All right, and then alternative pathways in South Africa, which is quite exciting. There's a whole new space of alternative ways to get skilled, alternative ways to get access, which is quite exciting what's happening in our country. And then if possible, we can do a Q&A, pending if it's possible. Okay, no Q&A. Cool, so we'll just jump into the other parts and I'll just elaborate a little bit more. Can you go to the next slide? All right, so generally speaking, there's your universities, both private and public, university technologies, your TVET and skill-based programs. Those are the main routes to get skilled in our country, right? So the reality of the world we live in is that you need to get skilled. So once you finish school, it's not enough. You need to then go get some form of skilling to make sure you're then marketable to the world to pursue whatever passion you may have in the world, right? If you're then going to pursue entrepreneurship, you may not necessarily get in like the normal training of going to school, but you'll learn on the ground. So I'm an entrepreneur as well, and I think, where's the speaker? Okay, can't see her. But yeah, the one who's talking about entrepreneurship, you learn a lot of stuff on the ground. You learn to teach yourself many things as you go along, all right? And that becomes quite fun at times. So for example, when I was doing my, my engineering degree, had to teach myself like some interesting skills in machine learning. Have you guys ever heard of machine learning? Not really. Some of you yes, some of you no. All right, so with my machine learning qualification, I had to learn how to teach a robot to teach itself how to play pool. Does that make sense? All right, so the robot was created, it existed, I need to give it an algorithm to teach it how to play snooker. And snooker is a bit harder, because snooker means you need to drop the ball which is 1, then the ball which is 2, then the ball which is 3. So you need to drop them in sequential order. It can't just be, I'm dropping balls at random, right? So you need to teach a robot to identify this ball, which is this color, is a 1. This one, which is this color, is a 2. That one, which is this color, is a 3. And you need to learn that. And that becomes fun with machine learning and artificial intelligence. But I'll elaborate on that a little bit more as we progress. Can we go to the next slide? All right, so some of you might not be able to see that far, but I'll elaborate. So how many people do you think are trying to get into higher learning opportunities in the country? Can I get like an answer of how many people are hoping to go study, at least public universities? Just a raise, sure. Take a guess. How many? Give me a number, like, is it hundreds of thousands? Give me like 500,000, 200,000, okay? The number's still very low. We need to go higher. Let's have another guess. Yes, ma'am. 70 billion. There's not even 70 billion people in the world. All right, let's try another answer. 70 billion is too high, so that's for sure. Maybe in other galaxies and stuff, but anyway, 70 billion is too high. Another answer. Just a quick guess. Yes, sir. 800,000. Okay, that's closer to the number, all right? There's 1 million students trying to pursue 200,000 places in public institutions, right? So that's a massive gap, right? And thus it's highly competitive. So the graphic behind this illustrates that. It says, basically on the bottom there, that institutions, when you apply to institutions, you apply to multiple institutions. And across the board, they received about 4 million different applications, right? Obviously, some of them are duplicates. But only for, essentially at the bottom saying 160,000 places, but they're excluding a few public institutions, but in total about 200,000 places, right? So like University of Pretoria, which is here, they had 130,000 applications for 8,500 places, right? So it's super competitive. And UP told me that, look, the way it's so competitive, we give out twice as many offers as we have spaces. And it's then on a first come, first served basis. So when you get your offer, what you do, you quickly accept it. Because you just don't know if you're gonna be in the queue or not. Does that make sense? Right? So the competition is very tight. Let me ask another question. How many of us want to become medical doctors? I see there's a medical doctor here. But how many of us want to become medical doctors? All right, cool. To get into medicine, I'm just going to give you just a framework. The requirements are that you must have a maths mark of 60%, a physical sciences mark of 60%, and an English mark of 60%. That's what they say is the minimum requirements for admission. But minimum requirements for admission doesn't mean you get in, right? Because you need to exceed the minimum requirements as you'll be compared against the competition. Does that make sense? All right, so let me ask you, sir. What was the average of the student, or let me put it this way. What was the mark that the student who got into UCT for medicine, what is their average? Like the lowest mark. So if you look at the class, who would you say was like the learner who just got in? And what is their average, if you take a guess? Take a guess, yeah. 40. Okay, 40 they wouldn't get in, remember I said the requirements are 60%. So what would be the average required? Let's take another guess. You said? 83%. Okay, not bad. Close. Not quite there yet. Yeah, there was a 90%. That was the lowest average that the student who got in at UCT got for medicine. 90%. Yes. It is that competitive, right? You would have students who get literally 99% in many different courses, but because of how stiff the competition is, they don't make it. Does that make sense? So if you're wanting certain positions or certain opportunities in our country, in certain institutions, academic performance matters. So if you're still in primary school, that's great. That means you have your time to improve your marks and why it's important to get your marks right? And if you're on your way there in high school, good results help. Good results matter. That's literally what you are measured by the institutions. So whether you go to an IEB school, an NAC school, the institutions don't care. They look at you based on your final marks and say, okay, based on these marks, who are you taking? Does that make sense? Let's move on to the next slide, please. Cool. So the in-demand pathways in South Africa and abroad. So there's a lot of opportunities in South Africa, like a lot of opportunities in South Africa, right? So in agriculture, we have something like 13 million hectares of arable land. So this is land available for farming, right? In technical sense, it means that we as a country could feed ourselves with domestic production and still be able to sell and have and still have more than enough available, right? So for those of us thinking that I'd like to go into business or I'd like to start my own farming business, there's a whole lot of opportunities there to consider. In commerce, there's various opportunities there within the accounting space, the actuarial sciences space, and the like. Within education, this is going to be like a scary stat. What do you think the average age of our teachers are in our country? 45. Try again. You know the data. You're bad. Yes, it's 50, right? That's the average age of our teachers. So our teachers are going to get to a point where they need to retire, right? And the stats say by 2030, about half of our teachers must retire. So we need a whole set of new teachers to come in to teach us of the new things which you need to prepare for as well, right? Because the world is going to the artificial intelligence type world, understand technology, how to make technology work, how to use it for the future that we're looking at. Then there's engineering. Engineering is an interesting one. There's an interesting stat that essentially the more engineers a country has, the more innovation is coming from that country, right? So it's actually a very important skill set. Sometimes you may not even practice as an engineer. So I have an engineering degree. I'm not necessarily practicing as an engineer, but you use those skill sets to solve problems, right? So it's actually a really good skill set to build yourself up to and gain. Health sciences, so yeah, our hospitals, I'm sure the doctor will tell you behind you, that our hospitals are very, very, very busy, right? And I think it's almost like a two-sided coin. So who knows Kisani Badagwanath Hospital, the one in Soweto? Yeah, we all know it, okay. So they said that the numbers of people who go in there is similar to a war zone, right? That's how you can contrast it, that there's that many people coming in at a time. Sure, that means that there's a lot of things happening where I'm under-resourced, but it also means another thing. You get so much practice, more than anyone else in the world, right? For really becoming super skilled in how to support whether you have little resources or a lot of resources. And for a lot of you guys, you should know the first heart transplant took place in South Africa, first ear transplant took place in South Africa. We've done a lot of firsts, actually, in our country. So we're actually very capable, very skilled in doing interesting things. And if you want to pursue that particular world, there's opportunities there. Then information technology, so AI. Okay, who's nervous about AI? No one's nervous. Wow, this is great. Okay, so the key thing to remember about AI is that what people say is that AI is going to take away jobs, right? Not really. Or technology is going to take away jobs. Not really. It's rather the people who know how to use the technology are going to take away jobs. Make sense? So if you know how to use the technology, you'll be fine. Because you're going to leverage that technology to use it to basically scale out your productivity at the core, right? So for example, at our business, we help students to apply to various higher learning institutions. And we apply to, pretty much everything. So we have a global view of how the world looks like. So this year, we're working with about 20,000 art students who've applied to, and the system is tracking them all. But our team is very small. It's like 60 people supporting 20,000 students applying to, times 4, about 80,000 different applications. And we're tracking all those using AI. You get it? So it's about scaling yourself through this technology. Then sciences. Science is a fun one, right? Who is interested in being a scientist in various elements, pharmacist, chemist, physicist? Anyone interested in that space? Yes, ma'am. What would you like to do? Biomedical. That's an exciting space. Very, very exciting space. I have a friend who was doing some research on, I just need to remember carefully what he was doing. Okay, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but there's some interesting activities happening in the biomedical space, right? Where, especially if you're applying technology, it allows you to do interesting things as well. So, excuse me, how do you help someone who's not been able to walk again, right? Understanding how you maybe use machines to help them walk in a better way, right? Given that they might have lost their ability to walk due to some accident or some unforeseen circumstance. How do you help them do that? That becomes interesting. Understand how the body works, how you can include technology to it, becomes a super exciting world. Can you move to the next slide, please? All right, funding your studies. So there's 4 broad ways to fund your studies. There's a bursary, scholarship, NSFAS, and student loans. So with a bursary, most of the time it's about the requirements. right? You need to just meet the requirements. They're specific to a specific company. A bursary is going to ask you to work for them at the end, most of the time. Sometimes they may be like, hey, we're good, we helped you, be fruitful and multiply, right? That's always nice. That's not a bad option, right? So that does happen. Scholarships are the merit-based, highly competitive, and they take the be fruitful and multiply afterwards, so you don't have to pay them back, you don't have to do anything, you might have to do some talks and all that, but beyond that, they're not going to ask for anything back from you. NSFAS is essentially how the public sector funds students who can't afford. The important thing here is that you must come from a household where your income is below 350,000. That means what mom and dad is earning must be less than 350,000, right? Now, I know that there becomes some contentions. In the past, we've seen parents using grandparents to apply for NSFAS, but we are Christians, so we don't lie on our applications, right? But yeah, just note that that's one of the things, but as far as it's working right now, you don't have to pay it back. Then at the end, there's also the student loans, which is another option, which it depends on your parents' ability or your ability to repay it. All right? Cool. Can you move to the next slide? All right, so alternative pathways in South Africa. So these are a few what we call skill-based programs. So how it works is that you have some assessment. Based on the assessment you do and how well you do it, you get placed in a program like We Think Code, Blue Lever, Explore AI. Then you get trained for a year, right, with a particular skill set. So We Think Code is software development. Blue Lever is vocational pathways. People want to become plumbers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and Explore AI is data science and data engineering, right? And then after a year, you immediately get placed into a business, and you start working, and you start earning. That's cool. That's nice, right? So, but it depends on how well you do in the assessment. Recently, We Think Code said that after the first year of the program, people were earning like 240 to 260,000 in your first year of software development. And if those of you who are software developers, that grows very quickly as you upskill. All right, if I can use this one more minute to just say one last thing. So in the pathway you follow, ultimately, right, you need to follow the pathway that God has graced you to pursue, okay? Because if God has graced you to pursue that pathway, you will succeed no matter what. So whether the pathway is in demand or not, if God has called you to that particular pathway, you'll succeed in that particular pathway. So as a reference point, in Genesis, I believe chapter 21, Isaac planted in a drought. You guys know what a drought is? Okay, so there's no rain, there's nothing. But he had reaped 100-fold. Right? So within a drought, within where it was not possible to make ends meet, he was able to still make a whole farming business work, right? So if it's what God has called you to, don't worry about the data, focus on what God has called you to, and you'll succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I introduce our next speaker, we'd really like to thank Lebogang, who so graciously and excellently today filled in the gap for someone who was unable to join us for this presentation. So thank you so much, Lebogang. That was brilliantly done. Okay, how are you feeling? Energy check 1. Oh, it's nice and loud, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes to just get up and stretch yourself out a little, and then we'll move on to our final presentation for the day. So you can stand up, have a quick stretch here in your chair. You don't have to leave the auditorium, and then I'll get into introducing our next speaker.
Praising my Savior all the day long. Get up out of that grave. Get up out of that grave. Don't stay there. Get up out of that grave. Get up I thank God.
Okay, thank you everyone. Please can we come back into the auditorium? And you can take your seats. So we're now going to move on to the topic that is the culmination of all the incredibly useful information that you received today and those vital tools that you've now got in your career toolbox. We're going to speak now about the alignment of our vocation to godly purpose. To discuss how we minister in the marketplace, Pastor Mongezi, who gives pastoral oversight to the Sons Connect ministry and is a pastoral elder here at GMS and has been instrumental in planning today's event, will be presenting. Pastor Mongezi is learned in the word and has a sound understanding of biblical principles. Please put your hands together for him and his whiteboard.
Okay. Okay. Good morning to one and all. Can we just pause the clock a bit? There's a few people who are still in the restrooms. As soon as they settle down, we will commence. So maybe Lydia can come and do your thing. I'm not quite familiar with the exercises and all the stuff you are doing. What did you say? Energy check and the number. Oh, to accept energy check number 7. Okay. Okay, I think we'll start. Let's just wait for a few people to settle down. So I'm given the most difficult task. And can we just put our hands together and appreciate all the guys who were presenting? I think it was very informative and absolutely necessary for us to, be equipped in this way. So, my task is to equip you spiritually. So, our intention is not only to have you equipped intellectually. When we read the book of Luke 2:52, we know that Jesus grew in 4 ways. Not that one in Sandton, but in 4 ways. He grew spiritually, intellectually, socially, and physically. So it's very important that we have a very, very sound balance on how we do things. The Bible says knowledge puffs up. So you can be informed, but at the same time puffed up. So there is a way in which knowledge can be administrated. So please don't give me the correct answer. I'll ask a question. Give me the first thing that comes to your mind. What comes to your mind when you hear the word ministry? Anyone? First thing that comes to mind. Church. Someone said church. Servanthood. Preaching. All these things, okay? Somebody else? One more? Christian. Okay, someone says Christian. Okay. So these are the definitions we got from the floor on what ministry is. So what I'll do is very quickly try to demystify, this definition of what ministry is and try to have at least a biblical view on how God intended ministry to be. So one of these words, right, and this is the word ministry. It means to serve. It means to be of service, not only to God, but in the context which God has placed you. So, if we have this view of ministry, or this view and this view, will fall into the position of what we call dualism. Or others would refer to it as dichotomy. In other words, there's church life, there's what I do here on a Sunday, and as soon as I'm out of a church on Sunday, on a Monday, I become a different person altogether. And this doesn't serve God's intention and purpose for us. So what's God's intention for us? Look no further, Genesis 1, 26 to 28. All of us were employed in Genesis 1, all of us. Say to your neighbor, we are all in full-time ministry. And this is when you're employed, and it also gives you your job description. Okay? Genesis 1, 26 to 28. However, this does not operate abstractly. It doesn't happen pie in the sky. There is a context to it. Okay? So first thing, this is the divine side. So there's two words that I want us to learn today. So firstly, there's a divine side. And the second word is there's the domestic side. This thing is not working. So this is the divine side, first one, Genesis 1. And the domestic side is vocation. It's what you do on a daily basis. But now for you to translate this, the divine, into the domestic, there's what we call grace. Okay, so grace is a raw material. Like when gold is extracted from the ground, it's raw. So it has to undergo refinery processes. And once it's refined, out of it you can produce earrings, out of it you can produce rings, and so many other things. So what God does, He gives you grace. Okay? And it depends on you. And I mean, grace can be a lot of things. It can be skill sets, it can be talents, it can be gifts, it can be whatever that God has given you. And sometimes it may not fit into some of the vocations or the careers that were displayed here. As Pastor Chris mentioned, it can be in the art. That's grace. So that's when grace has undergone the refinery process, and that's what you produce. But the primary purpose of the divine is representation. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lydia. So, the primary function of the divine is representation. So, your existence here on earth is to represent your God who created you, nothing else. Okay? And I'll show you just one or two scriptures to substantiate this view. So, you are here to represent God. Say to your neighbor, I am here to represent God. And nothing else. So, how do I represent God? Question. Is it the church, what we do on a Sunday, when you sing songs, or is it where I spend most of my time in or doing? So the latter is true. So where do you spend your time? At work? School? Home? So now this becomes the domestic side where the representation takes place. So let's get to the other part. So work ethic is directly tied to representation. So your greatest pursuit in life should not be what you earn at work. So if that's your greatest pursuit, you are what we call a hireling. Okay? A hireling is a person who gets excited on the last day of the month when the sound goes ding, then you know, there I've worked. But guess what? 3 days later, all gone. Or others, even a few hours, it's gone. Okay? So, if you are a hireling, the motivation is to earn a salary at the end of the day. But that's not God's design. God's design for you is you represent Him. That's first and foremost. And once this is in place, then what you do here is to ensure that you represent Him in excellence through the skill sets that He has given you. So the skill sets are not to earn you an income, but your skill sets are to best represent God in wherever He's placed you. And so that's very important for us to understand. So think of it this way. if you know and are convicted that God has your back, would how you work in your vocation change? If you have to know that I don't have to worry about the salary, I know God has my back. At the end of the day, all my needs will be taken care of. That's Matthew 6. Do not worry about your life, what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, and all those things. Then he says, for your heavenly Father knows that you need these things. Then he says, seek first. So the first thing you should seek is to represent him and nothing else. And once this is in place, believe me, you'll never work for a salary. And that's the work ethic. So in Ephesians 6, the Bible says, whatever you do, whether in word or in deed, do it unto the Lord. You're doing it to the Lord. So you're not doing it for salary. And he further says, you don't do these things so that you can be seen by men as pleasers of men, to please your manager. How many times have you done that? I'm staying up after work so that the manager can see that I am working really hard so that at least they can increase my salary. If that's the thinking, then the thinking is not right. The thinking should be, whatever I do, I want my Father to be seen in and through me. And that's the most important thing. So question, and you don't have to answer this one. What drives you? I think it was a slogan for one of the filling stations. What drives you? What's the thing that makes you stay up late and wake up early? Is it money in the bank? Is it, the highest position out there? Or is it, I want to please my Father today? And once my Father is pleased, I know that all my needs will be taken care of. And that should be the motivating factor when it comes to work ethic. So whatever I do, I don't do it for my manager, I don't do it for my boss, I don't do it for anybody else, but I do it for my Heavenly Father. And this is so important for us to understand. So that's the question you should ask yourself. What drives you? What motivates you? What's the reason behind you want to take the cause? And representation, it can be in anything. You don't have to be a professor, you don't have to be, the highest person in the echelons. It can be, according to social standards, something that is absolutely minimum and is deemed as nothing. But where God has placed you, that's where you should represent him. And that's really, really important. So I'm the shortest of them all, the guys who presented, but I just wanted to lay this one out. Two things. There's a divine side, and the divine side, it tells you that you are a son of God, and the son of God is the one who represents the Father, and this is when God employed you, whether you have a degree or not. I'm not saying you don't have to have degrees. If you have a degree, go for it. But if you don't have it, this is when you were employed. Genesis 1, 26, 28. And your employment is to represent him, increase, multiply, manage the things that he has entrusted to your care. And believe me, you will live the most fulfilled life here on earth because you are doing it all to you. And I'm not saying you put this religious mindset. Some people, I don't know how to explain. Qualified as they are brainless. They have the certificate hanging on the wall, but there's nothing here. Because they have this religious mindset. But if you have that degree, that qualification, and you know that you are doing it for your Father, imagine the joy and the fulfillment and the peace that you would have in your life. And so that should be our greatest pursuit, serving him in the best possible way. Thank you, Lydia. I hope this was of help.
Thank you, Pastor Mongezi. So we're going to break now for a short tea break. The tea is going to be a standing tea outside in the foyer where you entered. If possible, please try not to bring in your snacks into the auditorium. And when we come back, we're going to have a panel discussion. So whilst you go on tea now, please think of any questions for any of the presenters that were here today. And we'll have a panel discussion when we come back, so keep your questions ready to ask them. But please go and enjoy. You've got 30 minutes to enjoy your tea today. Thank you, everyone.
Praise be a weapon that silences the enemy. Let praise be a weapon that conquers all anxiety. Let it rise. Let praise arise. We sing your name in the dark and it changes everything. We sing with all we are and we claim your victory. Let it rise. Let praise arise. Come on now, here we go. We'll see break down every wall. We'll watch the giants fall. Fear cannot survive when we praise you. The God of breakthroughs on our side. Forever lifted high. With all creation cry, God, we praise you. Oh, we praise you. Oh, come on, let faith be the song that overcomes the raging sea. And let faith be the song that calms the storm inside me. Let it rise. Let faith arise. Let it rise. We'll see you break down every wall. We'll watch the giants fall. Fear cannot survive when we praise you. The God of breakthroughs on our side. Forever lifted high. With all creation cry, God, we pray. You say, oh, we praise you. Oh, come on, this is what living looks like. This is what freedom feels like. This is what heaven sounds like. We praise you. We pray. Come on, you say, this is what. We praise you. We pray. This is what living looks like. This is what freedom feels like. This is what heaven sounds like. We praise you. This is what living looks like. This is what freedom feels like. This is what heaven sounds like. We praise you. We praise. We'll see you break down every wall. We'll watch the giants fall. Fear cannot survive when we praise you. The God of breakthroughs on our side. Forever lifted high. With all creation cry. We're gonna see you break. We'll see you break down every wall. Yeah. 'Cause fear cannot survive when we praise you. The God of breakthroughs on our side. Forever lifted high. With all creation. Come on, with everything that you got. Come on, sing it out. Oh, tell 'em tonight we praise. Oh, we praise you. Oh, we praise you. Oh, we praise you. Come on, somebody give him a shout of praise. Come on, he's worthy. Yes, you're worthy of my wildest praise. I want to get wild for you. Yeah. There's no reason in holding it back tonight. Oh, I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. Come on, I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. I gotta let it out. I can't hold. There's anybody bursting with praise tonight? Come on, sing. I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. One more time. I gotta let it out. I can't hold back my praise. I gotta let it out. Come on. Now this is what living looks like. Let's sing. This is what living looks like. This is what freedom. This is what heaven. Come on, one more time. This is what living looks like. This is what living. This is what freedom feels like. This. Whoa. We're gonna see a break. We'll see a break down every wall. And my fear cannot survive. The God of breakthroughs on our side. Forever lives divine. With all creation crying out, we praise you. We praise you. I've seen your power. I've seen your hand. I've lived stories that have proved your faithfulness. And I've seen miracles my mind can't comprehend. And there is beauty in what I can understand. Jesus, it's you. Jesus, it's you. I believe you're the wonder-working God. You're the wonder-working God. All the miracles I've seen, too good to not believe. You're the wonder-working God, and you heal because you love. Oh, the miracles we'll see. You're too good to not believe. Too good to not believe. Too good to not believe. I can't resurrect a man with my own hands, but just the mention of your name can raise the dead. So all the glory to the only one who can. Jesus is you. Jesus is you. I believe you're the wonder-working God. You're the wonder-working God. All the miracles I've seen, too good to not believe. I've seen cancer disappear. I've seen metal plates dissolve. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. 'Cause I've seen real life resurrection. I've seen mental health restored. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. 'Cause I've seen families reunited. I've seen prodigals return. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. 'Cause I've seen troubled souls delivered. I've seen addicts finally free. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell. I've seen cancer disappear. I've seen cancer disappear. I've seen metal plates dissolve. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. 'Cause I've seen real life resurrection. I've seen mental health restored. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. And I've seen families reunited. I've seen prodigals return. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me there's deliverance. I've seen troubled souls delivered. I've seen addicts finally free. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. We'll see cities in revival. It's salvation for the streets. Don't you tell me he can't do it. Don't you tell me he can't do it. We'll see glory fill the nations. Let the world has never seen. Don't you tell me he can't do it. 'Cause I know that he can. I believe with the wonder working God. With the wonder working God. All the miracles I've seen. Too good to not believe. With the wonder working God. And you heal because you love. All the miracles will see. You're too good, I believe it. You're the wonder working God. You're the wonder working God. All the miracles I've seen. Too good to not. 'Cause you are the wonder. And you heal because you love. All the miracles we'll see. You're too good to not believe. Too good to not believe. Just say, too good to not believe. After everything I've seen, you're too good to not believe. Too good to not believe. Too good to not believe. I believe it. You're everything I've seen. I believe it. Too good to not. 'Cause my eyes didn't lie to me. When I saw this precious girl receive arches in her feet. And my eyes didn't lie to me when I saw that metal plate dissolve from that man's leg. And my eyes don't hear, they don't lie, my ears don't lie. When we hear of resurrection power of that precious boy who we sung over, this precious girl sung over, and this boy comes back to life. He was breathless, now he's back to life. He's living, he's breathing because of resurrection power. There's nothing that our God can't do. No, there's nothing that our God can't do. No, there's nothing that our God can't do. No, there's nothing that my God can't. No, there's nothing that my God can't. No, there's nothing. All right, let's sing this bridge again. We're gonna prophesy. I've seen cancer disappear. I've seen metal plates. Yes, I know that he can do it. Yes, I know that he can do it. I've seen real life restoration. I've seen mental health. Yes, I know that he can do it. Yes, I know. I've seen families. I've seen families.
He's too good to not believe right now. God has been waiting for this song to be declared by the church to see Jesus get his full reward in every place in your body, your family, wherever it is. There's miracles being released in the room, in the great room, online, in your room. It doesn't matter where you're at. There's miracles being released in the declaration of God's goodness. If you need a miracle in your body right now, I just want you to lift up your hands. Lift up your hands. He's already been healing people as we speak, as we've worshiped. He's been healing people. You don't have to have people laying hands on you, but pastors, get out there and pray for people. Begin to declare perfect health and healing. I feel the righteousness of God in the room. The righteousness that Jesus purchased on the cross, the blood of Jesus is making your body right. I feel like this is Born Again Sunday.
Can't go back to the beginning. Can't control what tomorrow will bring. But I know here in the middle is the place where you promised to be. Will you meet me here again?
Hi everyone, if you could please start making your way back into the auditorium. We're going to start in the next 4 minutes. Thank you.
When I lock eyes with you, I see my reflection. When I lock eyes with you, I feel your affection. I love to get lost in you, 'cause you're my obsession. When I lock eyes with you, and all I want is you, and all I need is you, and all I see is you, just you.
And when I lock eyes with you, I see my reflection. When I lock eyes with you, I feel your affection. I love to get lost in you, 'cause you're my obsession. When I lock eyes with you, all I want is you, and all I need is you. All I see is you, just you, Jesus. All I want is you. All I need is you. My life.
All right, thanks everybody. If you could please come in and take your seats as soon as possible. We're going to move to the panel discussion, which is our Q&A session. And the time allocated for this is only 30 minutes. Some of our panelists have other commitments that they need to get to. So let's settle down and get started very quickly. I hope you all enjoyed your tea and your brunch. Just a quick one about the QR codes that I mentioned earlier. So there's two. They look like this. You'll see them on the tables as you're walking around. The blue one is the information pack, so that will have a whole lot of more information and contact details, etc., from today's event. And then we have the other one, which is a purple one, for you to just give us feedback on how you experienced the day so far. So please keep an eye out from them as you go through the expo stations a little later on. So I'm going to move into the panel discussion now. Like I said, we just have 30 minutes allocated for this. So when you ask your questions, please try and keep them as succinct and as crisp as possible. Don't make them too long-winded. So on our panel, we have all our presenters from today. If I can ask you to please join me on stage as I call you. We have Mr. Denver Govender, who didn't present today, but is a corporate executive in the mining industry, who will be part of the panel. We have Mr. Vijay Naidu, who presented to you the AI scarce skills and the world of work presentation. We also have Olive Rana, who presented on personal branding. We have Mr. Lebogang Diale, who presented on your access routes for your career advancement. And then in place of Ramona, who presented on entrepreneurship, she unfortunately had to leave, we have Abeline Lawrence, who is an entrepreneur herself and also has a thriving business. So please could I ask all the panelists to join me on stage, and then we'll kick off our question and answer session. When you have a question, you can just raise your hand and I'll bring the microphone to you. Try and wait for it, please. Thank you. Okay, let's get going. We'll start with the first question from anybody on the floor. Got a question? Raise your hand and the microphone will come to you. You have the whole tea break to think about it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Manaledi Poko. I'm in the construction and project management space. I was quite happy with the information that was shared today. I think it was very informative, even to us individuals that are already in an employment space and have went ahead of the youngsters. But something kept on pondering around my mind as I was listening, each speaker after each speaker. In the reality that our country is facing today, South Africa, for example, we know that we are running behind as far as fourth industrial revolution is concerned, as compared to other countries. And I was quite impressed to hear from one of the presenters that he's working with robotics and things like that. But coming back to my question, how do the youngsters integrate the reality of our country as far as the skills shortages that we are facing is concerned, and the opportunities that the world presents? And I'm specifically referring to the world, not South Africa. For example, we know that we have shortage of plumbers. Young guys, plumbers. I know most of us don't like to work those dirty things, but yeah, we have a shortage of plumbers in the country. We have a shortage of artisans, boiler makers, fitters, people who work with their hands that are quite skilled. And this qualification, you obtain it through a TVET, then you do your apprenticeship, and so forth and so forth. And you get trade test certificate and so forth, and then you go to the mines. But now, how do we encourage the young guys, for example, to pursue that space, whereas there is this myth that AI is going to replace all that? Because that's one challenge that the industry is facing. Secondly, say in a construction space where we are building an actual structure, we're building, there's a perception that 3D printing is going to replace bricklayers, the guys that use their hands to build the actual wall. So how do we encourage the young guys to not to lose heart, but to pursue this hand work as it's perceived out there, because we really, really, really need it. We don't have artisans in the country. For example, engineers does design. After they design, there is no one to build or to bring about the design. They conceptualize a thought, they do all the nitty-gritties, but there's someone who must put that into an actual structure. That's where artisans comes into place. And we don't have those guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that one's right up my street. Yeah, I think you raise a number of critical issues, and I think the organization that I work for is our primary objective is to make TVET colleges not your second choice, but your institutions of choice. And I think that's what I tried in my last slide to say, that it's not only getting to university that matters. An apprenticeship is a good route to follow. Whether we do have a shortage of artisans in the country is still a question to be correctly answered. I think we do have enough artisans, not necessarily in all the trades. The problem the country faces is an economic one, where there are not enough jobs to take up these. But in terms of plumbers and artisans, and I'm sure you're going to visit the one table where it speaks about centers of excellence. So there are colleges, TVET colleges, that have been declared as centers of excellence in 13 trades in the country, and plumbing is one of them. I think we want to try to make artisans, the artisanship route, more attractive in the country. That's what we need to even build the economy. Now, whether AI is going to replace their jobs is something that is the myth, as you say. It's certainly going to assist in their jobs. It's probably not going to replace them entirely. So what we have to do is, linked to the presentation today, is now when we train plumbers, it's not your conventional plumbing. You've got to train them on how to plumb or buildings for sustainable futures. So it's about, if you take a simple thing like water, it's how do we save on water? What water-saving mechanisms do you put in place? If you look at an electrician, it's about how do you make a building more green? I mean, you walk into this building, you go through the bathrooms, and the light will come on when you're there and then goes off. Energy-saving devices. So it's about taking the basic trade and bringing in these elements of your green economy, elements of artificial intelligence, as just the top of my head. I mean, if there's a leak, using artificial intelligence, your virtual reality, you're going to be able to be using an X-ray that X-rays right through the floor on the wall that is going to be telling you exactly where the leak is. And that's just going to enhance the work of the plumber. So I think it's going to create more jobs rather than actually, getting rid of the jobs. Certainly 3D printing, but it's going to take massive technology. I think South Africa's going to have to make a big leap to that, where we're going to actually to replace bricklayers and things like that. It comes in, but we're going to have to infuse it with the existing kind of trades that we do have. But I think the critical point is that we have to change our mind that not everybody's going to get to university. As it was indicated, only 165 to 200 spaces available. We have over 800,000 matriculants coming out a year. So they have to go somewhere. And so we have to make TVET colleges offer qualifications that have the same status. And maybe I should just add one last point. Sorry about that. Trades in the country previously were just trades that you get a trade certificate and that's it. It is only now that a trade certificate has an NQF value. So I don't know how many of you know what an NQF is. Matric, you got NQF 4. Your degree, you got NQF 7. So trades you now get an NQF level, which means it has some value. And if you then want to pursue, let's assume you do electrical engineering as an artisan, and you then want to go become an engineer, there's an easier articulation route for you now to move from there to becoming the engineer than it was previously. Long answer, but I hope I try to cover as much as possible in it. Thanks.
Does that answer your question, Patricia? Thanks. Any more questions?
Thank you so much. Thank you to GMS for this awesome initiative. My name is Jonathan Ajo, and I work for an organization called Rambi Youth Employment Accelerator. And our work is really about speaking to the young person or employers. And what I'm really challenged with in our space is that we find that with the sheer limited amount of opportunities against the masses of young people looking to get into the economy. So you can imagine our commitment to the struggle of youth unemployment. But I think listening to the presentations today, I get a bit of inspiration. So to Mr. Lebogang, we briefly chatted before the session started. And listening to you talk, I'd like to learn from you, what is your understanding and research when it comes to, when you had mentioned that 1 million people apply to universities and then only 160,000 plus get in. In your opinion, what happens to the remainder of those young people that don't get into those opportunities, and where are they within a year perhaps? And then to Mr. Naidu, do you believe, is it possible for us as a country to get to a place where we'll have everyone employed, possibly, everyone in training and everyone in education? I think the stats are quite scary. We're talking about close to 9 million people not in anything. And so, especially thinking about the capacity and absorption rate of learning institutions and the informal economy, do you think as a country we'll get to a place where there won't be unemployment, there won't be people locked out of the formal economy? Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan, for that tough question. So I'll touch on the numbers, and then I'll also touch on the hope as well behind the numbers as well. So we have 1 million students every single year applying for opportunities. Of those, 200,000, give or take, make it into the public universities, then a further 150 odd go into your private spaces, a few TVETs and the like. Then the rest either go back to school to upgrade, so then they come back into the schooling system to improve their marks, whether I'm going to upgrade maths, English, whichever subject. And then there's a portion, unfortunately, which then fall into what is called NEET. Not in education, not in employment, not in training. So they kind of just float. And as you said, the number is now 9 million young people, so people between the ages 15 to 35 who are NEET, right? The last time I looked, the number was 8 million. So it essentially is growing on its own without any additional intervention. That's the sad side of the story, right? But the opportunity, I always like to say that we need to look at problems as unforeseen opportunities, because it allows us to start thinking differently of how do we actually solve the issue. So there's opportunities that start to come up, like I mentioned in the talk. So your apprenticeship type programs, which is your Blue Lever, your academy, data academy, excuse me, your We Think Code. Their issues on their side isn't actually a capacity issue, meaning that we can't absorb more people. The issue is more of a funding issue, which is something which, as a sector, we actually look at what we can do to resolve the funding issues, that more and more people can gain access to the opportunities. Because it then makes economic sense if, for example, it costs us 100,000 Rand to train you, but the following year you can then start making 300,000 Rand. That didn't make sense for everyone, for the business who are lending you the money, for the person who's taking on the debt, to actually make it sustainable in the long run for something more interesting to happen in that regard. So the hope, I guess, is that there are opportunities, there are different programs coming up which can actually start unlocking young people's opportunities and start making sure that they have access to many different things along the way and along their pathway. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, I think your question is a difficult one to answer. There's two sides to this equation. The one side is the economy, and the other side is your education provision. And certainly, we all know that South Africa, the economy is not performing. So we talk, or we hear them talk about, and when I say them, I'm talking about the politicians, talking about infrastructure development, talking about agriculture, and agriculture was picked up as something huge in the country. So on the one side, you got the supply, which is your education side, and the other side is your demand, which is your economic side. And certainly the two have to be working together to create those opportunities. What we are challenging in the country is that economy is not growing fast enough to absorb those students that are trained. There's many that are not trained or that are inadequately trained. So I think the task is to get them adequately trained. If the economy isn't growing fast enough to absorb them, then I think that's where the issue of entrepreneurship comes in. How do they start to create their own spaces and their own jobs? So I think that's where the actual critical thing starts. Where we might land ourselves in trouble is, if I can just share a quick example through you, Chair, is, if you look at South Korea about 25 to 30 years ago is exactly where South Africa finds itself today, low economy. So what did they start to do? They did not export their raw materials, but they started to create mass employment, but for low-skilled jobs. Now, all of us want to aim for high-skilled jobs, but if you want to fix the country, you have to start with massified low-skilled jobs. So what did South Korea do? They started manufacturing components for televisions, components for cars, and they were exporting it, which could be seen as cheap labor, which is another issue that you'll have to deal with. But look at where South Korea is today. You got all your Samsungs coming out of South Korea. You got your Hyundai's cars, which can compete with the Germans. So it's about how do you create that trajectory, and while you got this mass employment, you build your skills base to start to become, competitive. Two sides of the equation: your economic growth, and then dealing with the level of youth employment. Thanks.
Maybe, sorry, Lydia. Just from a corporate perspective, and maybe you're probably unaware of what's happening in the background, and maybe I can just shed some light on what's happening in the corporate sector. Normally, and this is practically, basically, encouragement to those that are here and wanting to go to university. And not that university isn't important, it's important. But normally in my team, we would take about 20 to 25 graduates every year to come into a graduate program, those that have completed a chemical engineering degree, mechanical engineering, any discipline of engineering that we would bring them into the business. But what we found is that those individuals will stay on this program for about 12 to 18 months. Those that perform really well, we would find them a permanent role within business, and we would place them permanently in that role. They would work for us for a period of 1 to 2 years, and they would resign, and they would move on to their next job. So here we are, we're investing a lot in that individual, but he leaves us after 1 or 2 years. And then we've got to start the cycle all over again of recruitment. So what we've intentionally done is that instead of getting those 20 individuals out of a university, we've made that 50%. In the team, the instruction is 10 graduates out of university, 10 out of a TVET college. We want the artisan in the workplace. Those that are prepared to work, get their hands dirty, stay with you for 5 to 10 years, and you've got to pay back. Behind the scenes, that is actually what corporates are thinking about. And they're moving in that space where they say, we don't need the university graduates. It's sort of kind of the cold hard facts. But we don't need the graduate that's going to stay with us with a degree for 1 or 2 years. We get more out of a TVET guy that wants to actually get his hands dirty. And just to give you an idea, we look for a welder that can weld aluminium You cannot find a qualified welder that can weld aluminium in Johannesburg. We fly a guy from Cape Town and pay his flight for 4,000 Rand. We pay his accommodation for 8,000 Rand for the week. And we then pay him 2,200 Rand per hour to do his job and go back. Compare that salary to a doctor's salary. That's for a welder. That's for a guy that has not gone to university. Then you've got legal appointments in business. What they call, for example, a GMR 2.1. By law, you've got to have this person nominated in your business or appointed in your business. He's required by law to take care of general machinery as per regulation. Your BSc mechanical engineering guy is not going to do that. Your allowance for a GMR 2.1, a guy out of TVET, is 9,500 Rand as just being appointed just to be a GMR 2.1 is 9,500 besides your salary. Where did he come from? Not out of university. He came out of TVET. And you can go to a GCC, a government ticketed person, whether you're in electrical or plumbing or whatever, you need that legal person to be appointed in your business as a GCC. Allowance for a GCC is 8,000 Rand besides your salary. So I'm saying the work dynamics is changing in corporate. So those that think that university is a way out or your ticket out of it, it's actually just one path. There are many options to look at because the face of business and recruitment is changing toward getting those artisans into the workplace that would stay with corporates for 5 to 7 years before they actually move on.
Thank you. We've got a question from Freedom, so I'm just going to give it.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Freedom Musiamedi. I'm a mining engineer by profession. But so for me, it's not more of a question, it's more of a thought-provoking approach. And I like the fact that you mentioned South Korea and how they approach some of these unemployment issues. And I think from our presentations, we spoke mostly about the workplace, more on the professional level, right? And I think when it comes to issues of the economy itself, we definitely need to have some policy makers coming out of the church, because I don't think the economy can be solved by just engineers wanting to be entrepreneurs, right? At some point we need to, you spoke about the economy side and the education side, and I believe the economy side you politely referring to the political will. And that is what I believe the church somehow needs to have that discussion on the political side, because you can have the best mindset, you can have the best policies, you can have the best engineers, but if the policy makers or the policies do not support such kind of innovation, your economy will never somehow perform. The guys will always move to other countries where they are allowed to be innovative. You spoke of young people, and you mentioned the fact that it's not the fact that we cannot hire or we have a shortage of traders, but we have it could be the issue of we can't absorb them because the economy is not performing. So how then do we as a church, instead of only positioning everyone to become doctors, how do we position young people to think differently in terms of governance? How do we become people who are involved in policy-making decisions so that we can drive economic growth in our country? So that's the thinking that I'm trying to bring in. Yes, I'm an engineer by profession, but I realize that, I mean, if you look at mines, you look at companies now, they are scaling down in their production, right? It has nothing to do with because they don't have engineers. They are scaling down because of economic issues, right? And that's where we need people, policymakers to come in to say, how do we support a private sector in order to absorb these young people? Because I don't believe, with all that I have, that the issue why we're not absorbing young people is because they don't have skills. A private sector mind or an entrepreneur's mind is that if you will benefit my company, I will train you, I will spend money on you. That's how an entrepreneur thinks. He will never reject the mind that will bring money to them. So the issue is not really about skills. It's about the economy that it's not growing. So how do we inject young people into those policy-making decisions or positions so that we can have the skills growing at the same time the economy as well supporting that culture? You spoke of South Korea approaching how do we now move everything to the low levels where people can manufacture instead of exporting raw material, right? That cannot be done by engineers. It is a political will. It's a political will. I've engaged in 2014 with the previous Minister of Mineral Resource. We asked similar questions when I was still in varsity. We asked the same question: why are we not? Why are we exporting minerals? Why can't we have our own manufacturing companies? Because that's where we should be going now. Why are we taking diamonds out? And the answer is, and that was in 2014, we are only looking into it now. Now it's 2023, we are still exporting. So how then do we get young people to drive that agenda from a political side? I'm not saying people must not study, but I'm just saying let's balance the two and look at how then young people get interested into also getting into those governmental positions.
Thank you, Freedom. Before you answer, I just would like to say, I know it's a loaded question, but if we could just get a very short answer from one of the panelists. We have one more question from the floor to take after this, so if possible, just for the sake of time.
Coming back to me. All right. By the way, I am a policy maker, but within the education space. So, I mean, what I just said about TVET colleges and upgrading that's a space. And I mean, you're forcing me in that direction, but I'll answer it. God placed me there to do that. The policy is passed. It's been signed off by the minister. By the way, the minister signed that policy off, and I won't forget the date, on the 24th of December, 2020, sorry. Which minister signs any policy off on Christmas Eve? So he was under pressure to actually do that. So now it allows people like Thabo to do what they do at the Center of Excellence, and that's to raise it. But I think you're quite correct. It's about the political will, and I think we're arriving at that position. How do we get young people involved becomes a political decision, but I think we're arriving at the point where the decision makers, the key, in the political environment, I find out that if we do not solve this problem of the youth and youth unemployment, by the way, it's not only South Africa, it's across the world. We are really sitting with a huge catastrophe. So there are policies that are happening in the other parts of the world, youth employment services, etc. And I think it's just about how South Africa actually starts to, not necessarily mimic, but start to take some of those policies, implement it so that there's a certain cushion for the youth until we get them into employment. But certainly we need the political will, and I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer that particular part of it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, one last question from the floor.
Thanks. My question is addressed to Praline, and in the context of entrepreneurship, we'd just like to, get your insight in terms of, digital innovation is a driving force behind many things like e-commerce now, as well as communications on a global scale. And looking at entrepreneurship in particular, how do we promote and encourage young people to actually foster a culture of entrepreneurship? I think more especially taking into consideration the fact that there's hundreds of barriers to entry, whether it's a lack of capital, scarcity of skills and education transfer, as well as the general lack of mentorship programs in institutions. I hope that I wasn't a loaded question.
Okay. Hi. So I'm a VA, and I basically assist business owners in getting them to have their online presence. being consistent, being cohesive, and having their business presented properly on all platforms, okay? And to answer your question, I would say that there's so many apps out there. There's so many free apps. So I don't think finance should be an issue. Maybe when it comes to the e-commerce, because of ads, promoting Google ads, and you can definitely use the free platforms that are out there to optimize your business. You can definitely create a beautiful online presence with what we already have out there. And with these platforms, you can also, if you know how to use it, if you use YouTube, if you get a digital marketer, you can definitely promote your business in a way that can bring in leads. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We're going to close the floor for questions now. And please feel free during the expo as well, when you're walking around, if you still have any more questions, you're welcome to ask or also to engage with our panelists. So we're going to start to get ready to move into the expo soon. If I can maybe ask everybody who is attending to their stations to also just come in the meantime and get prepared for that. As you can see, the tables are set up in a U shape, starting from the front, going around towards the back of the auditorium. If I can ask for everybody who's seated on this side to first start exploring from this end of the room. So first start on your right-hand side for everybody sitting from the middle aisle on the right. And then everybody sitting on that half of the room, if you can also start exploring from the left. You don't have to go in order. You can just go to any of the tables you'd like to. I'm going to give you a quick run-through of what you can expect to see. We obviously could not demonstrate all the different types of careers and job opportunities that you could possibly have. So just bear with us with that. Don't expect to see everything and anything, but we do have quite a nice layout. So we have the engineerings. There's mechanical, chemical, civil, and construction. We have medical, nursing, psychology and industrial psychology, information technology and software development, legal, mining, human resource management, education. The South African National Defence Force is also present, marketing, data science and data analytics, natural and agricultural science, media and communications and content writing, digital design, avionics, finance, and further education and training and mathematics. So how it is laid out at the moment, the engineerings are at the far end on this side of the room, so on your right-hand side, against the wall you'll find towards the front of the auditorium, there's all the engineerings are present. Going up still against the wall is some of the medical and nursing and the psychology professions. Then coming in towards closer to the chairs now, from the front of the room here, we also have marketing, media, avionics, and digital design going towards the back. At the back against the wall, you'll find all the lawyers, the ones that are dressed very smartly and know how to talk the talk also. Then against the sound box right at the back is the SANDF with the strongest, biggest presence here. And then next to them is also mining. Those are the guys that you're seeing in your bright reflectors. And with the fancy screens, you can see where the money is. Then against the wall at the back over there, next to where our card machine facility is finance. And then coming down, so now we're on the right-hand side of the room, coming down this way. My right, your left, sorry. So just past the mother's room there, you're going to find all the very, very, very cool people. That's going to be your software developers, programmers, and anything to do with IT and computers. And then coming down the line is the very smart people. We have people who are involved in the education sector, and of course the math club has to take front and center stage. So please go and visit, enjoy, have good conversations. The expo is running for an hour and a half, 1 hour. And don't leave. Once you're done, we do have a short close, but if you urgently have to, we'll excuse you. But yeah, it's very cool. Please make sure you come and check these guys out. They're from the University of Pretoria, and their stuff does sound and look very nice. And they're wearing fun t-shirts as well. So please go and enjoy yourself. Like I said, everybody's sitting on this half of the room. If possible, please start from exploring from this side so we don't crowd all the very cool stations on that side. Thank you.
Search me, oh God. Search my heart. And if you find any desire, it's not you, it's not you. Take it all away until all that's left is you.
Sorry, everyone. Please don't forget to also scan the QR codes. There's a blue one for the information pack, and the purple one will give us any feedback on how we can improve. Thank you.
Search me, search me, search me, search me. You're the only one qualified. You're the only one qualified. 'Cause you made me, you made me. 'Cause you made me, you made me. You know what's supposed to be there. You know what's supposed to be there.
touch it, it's a key on the keyboard.
it's on. Hi everyone. If you are done having your conversations and visiting all the stations, you can come in, take a seat anywhere here, but if you are still chatting, please carry on. You don't have to stop, we do still have time, so if you're done, you're welcome to come back and take a seat in the auditorium, but if you are still chatting at the expo tables, you can carry on. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone. It sounds like you all really have been having some very exciting conversations and getting some good information. We are going to bring the expo to a close now. So if you can just start rounding up your chat, sorry to cut you off. And then, of course, we do want to close off the day as well. I think it's really been an excellent day and we've learned so much. Do you agree? Oh. Energy check 1. Energy check 5. Nice, thank you. Well, thank you for participating. Thank you for being here. It's been such a fantastic day. Of course, there was a lot of planning that went about with it. So to close us off, I'm going to call Rylan. Rylan is the Sons Connect leader here. And as you all know, Sons Connect was hosting this event with GMS. So please put your hands together for him.
Okay, thank you, Lydia, and thank you to everyone for giving me your attention. Apologies for interrupting in any conversations, but I think it's important that we just close, and we'll also close in prayer. But before I close, it's important that we do a vote of thanks. So to each and every one of you who've attended and participated in this event, a very special thank you to you, to our presenters, Olive Virena, Vijen Naidu, Pastor Mongezi, Ramona Naidu, and Lebohang. Can we please put our hands together for them? To our exhibitors, we have 23 stands in total, but some stands have more than one exhibitor, so thank you to each of you. I see some really nice props, and I wonder whether your companies know that you've taken those props and brought them here. But thank you for the efforts, thank you for availing yourselves and for giving of yourselves. To the GMS office, the media, technical team, hospitality and operations for executing the event and for very nice tea. Did you guys enjoy the snacks and refreshments? No one did. Okay. To Lydia, thank you for program directing. To Pastor Chris, Pastor Mongezi, thank you for all your efforts in organizing this event. To the Sons Connect committee, you probably do not see them at all, but they were very heavily involved in putting this together in various capacities, from registration to planning. A special mention to Nosipo, who is not here today, but she led the planning, could not make it, and to Lerato for putting together our info pack. Please do remember to scan it. So it's a 78-page document, very resourceful. I'd recommend that in addition to scanning it, that you also share it with those that could not be here today. Most importantly, all glory to God the Father, who places us in communities and families like this one, where we can partake of the grace resident in each other, for the further equipping of sons of God so that we can occupy key gates in industry, ultimately though, as Pastor Mongezi mentioned, representing him in all aspects of our lives. So I trust that you've had a truly pleasant and blessed day. And as you leave, remember that your vocation, as diverse as it could be, like I said, there's 23 stations and there's many more, but ultimately your vocation is your ministry, and our call is for representation. Amen? Can I ask you to stand and we'll close in prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for an opportunity to gather as your sons and your daughters. We thank you for the grace that you've placed in each and every one of us, and thank you for giving us a platform like this where we can share that grace with each other. We thank you for those who have come hungry, looking for answers with many questions, Father. I pray that in our interactions today and in the content that was presented, that they would have found the answers to those questions. And if not, God, I pray that at least they would be in the right direction, and that you will continue to guide them as they ultimately represent you. So we thank you for our exhibitors, for our presenters, and for all those who were involved in this event. We pray added grace, many blessings, and favor in the fields in which they occupy and represent you. So we bless all of those who attended. We bless all that were here. Thank you for this day. Thank you for your presence here and for your grace that was working in and amongst us. Pray for safe traveling mercies now as we leave. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you, everyone.
He goes by the name of Jehovah, Jehovah. He speaks into nothing, and darkness goes running. He goes by the name of Jehovah, Jehovah. Call the name, call the name, call the name, Jehovah. All our praise, all our praise, all our praise belongs to Him. All the praise is His. Let's go. His voice will be silenced. He's fighting for Zion. Oh, there's no other God like Jehovah, Jehovah. He's omnipotent. His eyes are like fire. Oh, there's no other God like Jehovah, Jehovah. Call the name, call the name, call the name, Jehovah. All our praise, all our praise, all our praise belongs to fight your battles. Jehovah Nissi, fight your battles. Jehovah Nissi, fight your battles. Jehovah Nissi, fight your battles. That's who He is, yeah. Jehovah Nissi, fight your battles. Jehovah Jireh meets your need. Jehovah Rapha, heal your body. Yeah. Jehovah Shalom, be your peace. Oh, Jehovah Nissi, fight your battle. Jehovah Jireh meets your need. Jehovah Jireh meets your need. Rapha, heal your body. Jehovah Rapha, heal your body. Jehovah Shalom, be your peace. Jehovah Shalom, be your peace. Jehovah Nissi, fight your
The weapon may be formed, but it won't prosper. When the darkness falls, it won't prevail. 'Cause the God I serve